Hey, howdy, hey. We are going to be trying something completely different tonight. Now, for starters, it's not really going to seem like a whole lot. For those that are new to this is going to be a completely different series of streams. And these streams are going to get more complex as time goes on. In fact, it's going to start getting its own branding. The reason why is because I want this to stand out. I want it to be unique and special and something that people can turn to as a resource for people that are trying to learn Blender, as well as people who are maybe just wanting to learn what it's like to work with a team. And thus, that is what this stream is all about. Now, we have been doing just a little bit of advertising for this, not a ton. The reason why is because this right here is all about trying to kind of get the groundwork all figured out. Last time was the concept. That happened last month. Next month, it is going to be far more complex than what it is this time around. This time around, there's actually a structure. And next time around, there's going to be a couple of objectives. I'm still trying to work out kind of like the rules for how this will work, the proper timing. And I tried doing some of this on my own just to see what it would be like. As I will be most likely alone for this stream, it means that I'm going to be needing to focus primarily on completing the challenges. Now, if I do not see chat during this, that is the reason why. I'm trying to zone in and beat this timer, which you will see in the bottom left of your screen, right next to the stream radio. So, what are the rules for this? Well, you have to do everything within the allotted amount of time. Each thing has been given a time to try and complete it within. Right now, I do have a set of rules. You can see them right here off to the side. I keep this on another screen so I can be sure to keep track of where we are for the evening. For starters, we're going to be doing two objects. One is going to be a donut, a very common sort of item for Blender users to want to try and make, and they're surprisingly difficult depending on the method that you try and approach with it. What's more, the type of decoration and texturing can really get a little complex, so we're going to focus primarily on making the shape rather than the texturing. Then next, we're going to be doing a cup of some kind. It can be a teacup, a coffee cup, just something that you would be drinking some sort of beverage out of. Another thing is possibly we'll do a little dish, but right now we're going to avoid that for the time being. If it comes with the cup, then sure, if you have extra time, kind of like bonus points if you can pull that off, because they kind of go one and the same. Next on the list is doing a simple character. And this character has to be done within a 20-minute time frame. Now, I think we can make that time frame even less. Some people are going to have complex characters, others are going to have fairly simple ones. But the goal is to try and make it as quick as possible. And then we're going to move on to a set. A set is going to be of a table, a chair, and a window. Next, we have 3 background elements. And those 3 background elements together will be a total of 30 minutes. Now that one may be shortened depending on where we are for time for the evening. The goal is to try and do this within a 2.5 hour time frame, with the last hour being, for the third hour, being about trying to bring all these elements together into a final scene. You're going to pose the character, you're going to build up the scene, and then we do a short 10-second animation, and it's going to be super, super minimal. All of this is designed to try and help teach people how to go from concept to final. Now, we're not really focusing too much on the concept. Right now, we have a series of very rough directions. This is going to be similar to what you see if you are in the trying to do a commission. All right, let's just double checking the audio before we continue much further. So, what are the limitations? Well, right now the limitations are that they have to be, one, family friendly. And you would be surprised at the number of people that will try and kind of weave in some sketchy stuff. And so we're just going to put that out there first and foremost. Family friendly all the way. And if there is the need, we'll clarify that at a later date. You have to be using your own skill. No AI. I know there are a lot of people that really want to use AI right now, but that doesn't teach you how to do the basics. This is all about the basics, teaching you how to master your craft, teaching you how to be better at your animations so that you can be able to stay employed or get employment. Another rule that is kind of worth mentioning right now is no mockery and ridicule. We're going to keep things civil around here because these are short competitions, and we have the very real chance that we'll have people that are brand new to Blender. We do not want to alienate them. We want to invite them in so that they can learn how to use this tool on their projects, and they will get a chance to use it for their own promotion, you could say. Now, if you end up participating either in this time around or in the future, your content will be promoted through the future streams, including with the introduction. There's going to be some of these animations strung together so you can be able to see what has happened in the past. You're also going to get to see these things published later on if you so desire. So that way there is a place where people can go to and see all the different works that have been done in the past. That currently will be through Castercraft, mostly because I don't want to have to pay for another domain. So we're going to be housing it around there. That part will be figured out at a later date, maybe along the fourth stream of these. Mostly because I'm not sure how long it will take before people really start to catch on to this. The fact that we had 4 people in total for the last time is a bit miraculous. I would be surprised if we get to that number before maybe the 4th or 5th stream. So we're going to be a bit flexible for that. But anyway, on that note, let us get ready for the first challenge. The first challenge is, like I said earlier, the donut. And if there was some other folks here, I would be setting up the timer so that we'd be doing it simultaneously. I would bring up their stream so you can see theirs. And if there were more than just myself, if we had 2 people, then I would be showcasing their works first and foremost. For now, I'm going to be doing it just so that people get kind of the feel for it. Until we get some more folks that are ready to be able to participate, then we will start to shift the stream. If you are new to Blender and if you stumble across this stream and you want to participate, you have the ability to do so. All you need is the ability to join through Discord. Now, in the future, we're going to be trying to use a different tool. But right now, Discord is the best and most reliable solution for myself and for these streams. In the future, we might try and use maybe Rumble Studio or StreamYard or something else out there to try and do the same thing. I don't have that all set up, whereas I do have Discord set up. The last thing I'll mention is that we're going to diversify from 3D. We're going to have some 2D stuff in the future. I don't know how we're going to pull that one off just yet, but there has been more interest in the 2D side than in the 3D. I've had some people very passionate about 2D that they really want to give it a try, and a lot of amateurs as well that would probably do well to learn from it. That is one of the big reasons why we're going to be encouraging around here, because we're going to have people from amateurs, people that are brand new, to pros. Now, I'm closer to being a pro than an amateur. I was kind of intermediate for a long, long time. I think I've finally passed that threshold. And as such, I want to help people learn some of the skills that I have learned. So there will be the occasion where we take a moment to pause, go back, and look at the technique someone used during one of the challenges to help showcase some of the better techniques out there, and maybe to help improve some people's mindset when it comes to how they go about pulling off their 3D scenes. All right, on that note, I'm going to get ready to set the timer, 10 minutes, and hopefully I can be able to pull this off quickly. Okay, so now we have this all set up. Let me actually take a moment to shift the timer. Might be beneficial to put somewhere. No, we'll keep it there. It's nice and out of the way. All right, I'm gonna close out some stuff in the background just to double check, just in case. And by the way, if you are part of Silverado, and you want to get some free silver, when we come to the point in the future when people are going to be voting, if you vote on which one you prefer of the competitors, you will get a small silver dump. So that way, when you come to the end, it's basically equivalent to a large deposit of pieces of silver. And we'll figure out what to do for people in the future that don't have access to it but want to participate. All right. The last thing, absolutely last thing, because this is about setting up the scene here. We're going to rename this scene, and we're going to call this Objects. And you will see how this will come into play in the future. All right, getting ready for the timer. And the timer will not be heard on your side. I will hear it, but you guys probably will not. Start off by deleting the cube, and we're going to rename this collection Donuts. And we're going to name this number 1, Donut. Starting the timer. At this rate, I may finish way quicker than what I allotted the time for, but I don't want to make them outlandish times just in case we do end up having people that are relatively new that want to participate. Which approach do I want to do with this one? Duplicate that. And we're going to solidify. Now, when I do this, oh, yep. Okay, just a second. I forgot some of my add-ons here because I had everything updated here. One of the most important things, wait a minute, here we go. Bool tools. Kind of strange it doesn't come by default. Okay, now, there we go, perfect. Kind of looks more like a virus there. Hopefully it's not what somebody's stone ends up actually looking like. I have extra few moments here. Let's envisioning. Maybe make the sprinkles a little bit smaller. Dispersion around here is kind of weird. How do you do this better? That's something. Particles per face. It's kind of weird that that's actually kind of solving part of the problem. It's kind of like changing the seed amount. Speaking of which, there, I like that one. I kind of wanted that to be in a stack. I'm running out of time here. I mean, this right now is my gonna probably be my submission here, with it just being sharp. Oh, I know what to do. I think. No. Okay. You know, for the sake of it, we're just going to end it on that one. We're going to keep it relatively simple. So we're going to just do a simple coloring. I know I wasn't saying we were going to do coloring, but since I have a few extra seconds, wonderful. And just in time before the sound even went off. Okay. Now, as very quick donuts turn out, that wasn't half bad. I did a better one the other day when I was testing this, but when under the pressure of the timer, you definitely end up making quite a few mistakes. So I'm glad that it turned out decent. All right, let me just double check something else before we go on to the next part of this. So a reminder that all these things are going to be added together into the same scene. By the way, if you find anything of merit during this stream, would you consider liking? You can dislike it if you so desire. At least I know that you're not a bot. Comments are also welcomed as well. If you see something that you would like to improve upon for future streams, I would also like to hear that as well. We're starting off very simple for the first time. This is going to become more of a more high energy sort of event in the future, depending on how many people we get for the future events. But okay, our first item is done. We now hide that, and we're going to bring up another collection. And this collection is going to be, what was next on the list? Coffee or teacup. You know, for the sake of it, let's go with tea. I kind of like tea a little bit more so than coffee these days. So this next part is going to be also 10 minutes. Now, when I was doing this in practice, it turns out that the coffee cup took less time for me to make, but it took more time in terms of shading. So again, we're not focusing on the shading first and foremost, but if there is extra time, it's definitely worth doing it. And there will be like a troubleshooting for like bonus points in the future. For I'm going to make this whole thing like properly cataloged. I've already created a web page where there's going to be the rules and kind of the concept behind it, and the point system is going to be added into it because I want it to be fairly logical. And then, of course, there's going to be the fan vote for people that do it. They will get the chance to say which was their favorite. All right, so Teacup. And by the way, these things are not being done to scale right now. In the future, they will be, once I figure out a better way to do it. Right now, it's just going to be by eyeball for the most part. All right. Teacup. 10 minutes. Beginning now. Should have gone with a different technique for this one. Should have gone with a skin modifier. And sometimes the pressure makes you do things that you regret. But we'll make it work somehow. Out of time. Okay. Oh, there we go. Phew. Okay. Close. All right, let's color that. Okay, wow, that was a close one. Very, very close one. Okay. Phew. Within seconds. Well, that one turned out to be way harder than the test that I did the other day. So, oh well. Greetings there, Pantheon. How are you doing, sir? Oh, and look, there is an advertisement for the best viewers. I'm going to ban that. All right, there we go. Feel free, sir, if you want to jump in on the challenges today. I'm just kind of proceeding forward with it, just kind of to test it, to get more familiar with kind of this process. I know we didn't figure out necessarily what everyone's schedules were going to be doing. You passed your motorbike test. Congratulations. I have not ridden a motorbike ever, but I always thought it would be a lot of fun to try and do. Well, there's a couple of errors in how I did this. I should have considered the fact that the bevel could have caused some distortion in there. Now, fortunately, it's not really going to be too noticeable in the final, but now we have two objects. We have the donut and we have the cup, and man, they are poorly sized right now. But in the final shot, it will make a lot more sense. All right, what is next on this list here? Cup is nice. Well, much appreciated. It for a 10-minute challenge on that, I could have done better. Let me actually pull up the test that I did the other day. So this is the one I did the other day. I even got textures in on it. So it the fact that I couldn't quite get to this one is a little frustrating, but I tried doing something more fancy with the cup shape. So yeah, it was probably going to happen anyway. All right, what is next on this list? Right now, it looks like we're on to the set. We're going to switch some of these around. So we're on to the simple set. That means a table, a chair, and a window. Greetings there, Bastion. Bastion, who is in 2 places, on the YouTube and also on the Twitch. Greetings, sir. Okay, so before we go too much further, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the opportunity to set up a new area here and call this set. This is not the official set. This is more like the... Well, actually, this probably will end up being the final set. We're going to add in the objects so that way there is a comparison of all of the ones that are done for the day. And then we'll, add the rest of them here as they're built. I ended up messing up a little bit on that donut, a little bit more so than I was wanting to, but should be fine from here. Okay, so simple set. This is a 15-minute challenge. The previous 2 were 10-minute challenges. This one is 15. The idea is that there are 3 objects, and they're going to be fairly simple. But once you kind of get into the rhythm of doing one, the others should kind of fall into place. Now, I did not really describe the window very well. What we're probably going to end up doing with the window here is we're going to focus on creating maybe a floor with it, so that way you have the ability to show where the window is in relation to the rest of the set. All right, should be good to go on this before the next one here. The one that will happen after this is the simple character. Then we're going on to background elements, and all together these will come together to the final scene. Okay, reset this timer, and we're going to. No, not that. How do we edit this? Here we go. 15. I hope I did the right number for this. Okay, so before I dive into this, let me do a quick planning session, just so that way I don't end up fouling this up too terribly bad. So what we're going to end up doing is we're going to build them as separate elements, and then we're going to shift them into place afterwards. I'm going to start off by doing the floor and the window. Then I'll go back and do the table. Then I'll go back and do the chair. The chair has to be an appropriate size for someone to sit in. It can be stylized. I'm going to try and make it as somewhere in between realistic and, well, not realistic, but appropriate proportions and stylized, somewhere in the middle there. Hopefully all these elements come together in a smooth way. All right, so starting the timer in 3, 2, and 1. Okay, how do I want to do this? this is my very rough set. So we got it going the right way. Try and be a little too fancy with that. I need to just go with something that's a little bit more predictable, and I am realizing that the time on this one's probably going to not be enough. Yeah, it's definitely not going to be enough. Well, for this one, there's going to be some shifting of the clock on the occasion, and I think this one will definitely be a candidate for that. it's trying to snap like that. Huh. Alright, well, we'll just line into position manually. Alright, we're gonna probably end up doubling the time here. Maybe. Okay, what is the option for this? Snap cursor to active. Okay, origin. Set. Okay, well, can't figure that out right now. Can I not remember what this is? I've hotkeyed it so long that I can't remember. Oh, wait a minute. That's it. Origin to 3D cursor. Origin to geometry. All right, there we go. Now it should be good to go. Perfect. We are going to reset this timer. Okay, so we're going for a full 30 because we still have to do the table and the chair. Okay, so now we have the ability eventually to have that with hinges. Was it necessary? No, absolutely not. Open it up just let's do our simple table. Make it a circular one. This out and set it roughly into place. Now, I'm not happy with how the area back there is set up, so as such, I'm going to raise that up to about there. Bring the table up to about there. And now, the floor section should be as easy as just lowering it like that manually. Bonus. All right, so table legs. What sort of table legs are we going to do? So now we should be able to, let's actually snap the 3D cursor to there for the time being. Greetings, Sisso, how are you doing? We want it empty right here. That's what we want. This is going to be a rotating one, so we're going to use this one instead. Set an array. Let's set this to object offset. And rotate this 90. Fair and well. We're in the process of testing out the possibility of doing competitions with Blender, and we didn't have necessarily any real big plan for this time around, but it is something where I do want to try and really double down on it in the future. So this is something where hopefully in future days we are going to be returning to this concept of doing very quick competitions with this. And I'm just trying to get the timing down so I myself can kind of figure out like what's like possible and what's not. And right now I noticed like already my set, I had too many objects and already I had to double my time, which kind of makes sense. I definitely had way too much there. One of the most effective ways to learn, absolutely. And that's kind of the idea, is that hopefully this will give people that are learning the tool to find some interesting techniques. And by competing with people in sort of a lighthearted competition, they'll have the ability to learn techniques that they themselves might have never had the opportunity to do. All right, we have 8 minutes for a chair. This should be doable. Now, one of the first items I had to make was a chair. And that was back when I was just kind of getting used to the software. And I had a roommate who made a chair. It took him a long time to do. It took him hours. And it was because he was trying to make sure everything was nice and lined up. Last modeler standing takes home the glory. Yeah. Well, right now, so far, that's just myself. So I guess I'm taking home the glory. But actually, this really is a great way also to build up one's skills. One of the things I've noticed with a lot of employers is that they do not want to hire people who don't have experience, especially team experience. So I realized that, this thing, while it was kind of a lighthearted thing that we did last month, there's actually real potential for this in the future to be a place where people can learn and grow. So we're taking a very slow approach to kind of getting this thing started, and then hopefully ramping things up for the next time. But if you know people that are interested in wanting to do 3D competitions, by all means, send them this way, and let's hopefully they'll be able to learn from it, as well as maybe teach some of us unique and different methods that maybe we're unfamiliar with. Learning is effective when it is stored in the brain with as many diverse emotions as possible, which supports the forming of neural structures. Social interactions is one of the strongest factors from an evolutionary standpoint of view. Theoretical stuff. I think you might be onto something there. Now, there's a lot of potential with this sort of concept. And that's why I really want to double down on this. And I don't know where it's necessarily going to go. Most of the people that have showed interest in this have actually wanted a 2D idea for this. But I don't know how to do 2D when most people don't actually have a way to properly digitize. Because otherwise, how do we know what's going on? I have the ability with Discord to bounce back and forth between people that are competing. I don't have the ability to do that with the 2D stuff. So I have to try and troubleshoot that in the future, see what's possible. the next time that we do this, we're going to be really trying to kind of make it as exciting as possible. There's going to be hopefully 2 to 3 people that will be doing it. I have a couple of other there's a couple of folks that could be participating in these in the future, and right now we're just sticking with Blender. I don't see any reason not to go with Blender, but what we are going to be going with is maybe some other software as well, depending on who kind of reaches out, who shows an interest. First and foremost, it should be Blender, just because Blender has so much ease of use for just the average person to use. You don't have to pay a whole lot of money for it, and honestly, it's really high quality stuff. Why is that not going to line up? Oh, that's why. Because this was not lined up on here. There we go. What the? Huh, strange. All right, I'm not going to be able to meet my own deadline again. So I think it's probably best to say 10 minutes per item, because right now that seems to be how things go, but there's a little bit of a difference. So I'm going to put this thing on pause, and we're going to say this is going to be a little bit fudged for this time around, just because, again, we're testing out the times, seeing how possible this is for future challenges. And I'm going to be documenting all the stuff, like how long did it take to make a chair, how long did it take to make a table, and that way there's the ability to rely upon that information in the future when setting up the challenges. How do you organize your competitions? So the competitions are going to be figured out as we kind of go along. Right now is this time around was trying to figure out the behind the scenes stuff for how it can function, of which there's going to be a web page with all the directions, all the rules and whatnot, so people kind of get a good idea of what that will entail. As we go along, the way that we're going to be managing this is, well, first off through Discord, but we're probably going to end up using StreamYard in the future, just because I know that it's something people are familiar with, and it's kind of useful for people that are trying to organize things that maybe everyone doesn't have access to Discord, and it will give the ability to bounce back and forth between people's shared screens, and that is where it really comes into play. You're going to be bouncing back and forth, getting a chance to see the different screens that are for each competitor, and get a chance to see their different techniques. As you get to see that, you'll also get the ability to kind of think about which ways worked out better than others, and which ones maybe have some merit that you never even thought about. We're rushing to kind of finish this one up, just because I've already gone over my deadline, and I just kind of want to do a quick little fix. And honestly, there's going to be a way to kind of come back with, oh, well, I need a little bit extra time. There's going to be maybe like 1 or 2 ways to get some time. And maybe it's based upon audience. Maybe it is based upon selected. Maybe it's going to be based upon past participations. I don't know. But there is going to be something. So people will have the ability to say, okay, I am almost done. I want an extra 5 minutes. And then they can activate that. And people can basically wait and maybe plan out their next project as they watch the last competitor finish things up. So yeah, hopefully it turns out well. We'll see. One of the big things I want to make sure I don't do is I don't want to be a nuisance to people. And I can see this becoming a little bit of a difficult thing if it's not approached appropriately. So I'm going to be very gentle with the way that I approach this. People that have an interest, I'm not gonna be insisting participation. It's more going to be for people that want to participate. Otherwise, they're going to be lightning fast scenes, because most of the time it takes about, I would probably say, a good 3 or 4 days for a good simple shot, and we're trying to do it all within 2 to 3 hours. So naturally, it's going to be a bit of a challenge. Much appreciated. Sketch, how are you doing? So hopefully one day we'll get the chance to get that point of where we're able to have a competition, and I really, really look forward to it. I think it's going to be a lot of fun, especially for people that are learning. Like I said, learning is a bit frustrating when you're brand new to something, and to get a chance to work with people in a sort of a lighthearted sort of environment, without the ridicule and people being encouraging, I think you'll find a lot of people really lean into it. So yeah, we will find out probably next time, but for this time around, I think I'm alone for the entirety of it. I may be wrong, but the one thing I don't know is what to do for people that don't have full time to participate in it, because they might be able to do something like contribute their models to somebody else's final. That could actually be quite interesting. Like, let's say that you have 3 people have to jump, because we had that happen last time. Someone had to leave early. And, well, what do you do in that sort of situation? Well, maybe they get to choose, maybe people get a bid for who gets to use their models in that final challenge. That could be quite interesting turn of events. I'm still trying to figure out also the what the kind of awards would be, because I want there to be something, but I don't know what. Maybe it'd be like a plugin. You get to have a plugin from one of the Blender providers. I would be willing to help make that happen. It's kind of weird to not really put a whole lot of time into trying to design something. I'm moving fairly fast on this, and a little too fast for my own liking. I know I'm well past the time right now. Almost done. All right, the last part of this. that is one of the sorriest looking chairs I could have come up with. Oh, golly. Maybe a small little adjustment here will make it a little bit better. We'll just say it's stylized. Parent that, keep the transforms, and copy the mirror, mirror object. So now, when I rotate this, aha, perfect. There we go. There are regular competitions where in Blender Discord or on Blender Artists, speed competitions are often aimed more at higher skills. At beginners, as beginners spend a lot of time looking up tutorials, I often see competitions in smaller groups with higher skills of specific art styles. That's actually one of the reasons why I wanted to try and do this. So, when I wanted to participate in the past, nobody would have let me join, because they do target primarily people that are of a certain skill set. If you are not within that skill set, good luck trying to participate. But how do you learn if you don't get a chance to try? Well, this idea is that, we're doing simple things. Notice how bland the scene is. And by the way, we're at a pause moment because now this is finished. Ta-da! But anyway, let me pull up a past render so you kind of get an idea about how little effort I'm kind of expecting people to kind of, how little skill sets people are supposed to kind of have. So this is a set that I did over the last couple of months. It's completely animated. The plants are moving, the birds are flying, the clouds are moving, the lighting is all set up, and the grass is blown in the breeze. This took a long time to make. If you're brand new, you need something to kind of showcase your work in a positive way and say, yes, I participated in this, and you have something to show for it. Now, why is that such a big issue? Because people fail the most important thing of all. They don't, when they're doing stuff like this, they don't have a portfolio. If you had a simple portfolio, a scene like this, where you get to say this is contributing to a final product, you now have the opportunity to start looking for gig work. You also have the ability to start volunteering for projects to learn. I cannot get into some projects because I don't have the skill level. Well, someone else might look at the stuff I do in my skill level and say, I wish I could do that. This is a handoff of information. It's not about trying to showcase and say, look how much better I am than the next person. No, these competitions are going to be about saying, let's figure out how to get better at this together. It's mentorship. That's why I'm not going to be like by advertising like, oh, this is going to be a great event. There's going to be a massive pool of like cash or whatnot. It's not going to be that. This is about training people's skills first and foremost. So if you're someone in the Blender community and you want to participate in this, by all means, feel free. And you're going to see what this looks like when it's all finally said and done, because we're about ready to move on to the next part of this, a simple character. So this right here is now going into this is going into a new collection, and we're going to call this set. Three sets. And because of how this is set up, I need to also get these items here. Add this into table. Yeah, see, I should have done this in multiple passes because this would have made a whole lot more sense. Hide that. This is already in set. And then this one goes into chair. Once I position this back to where it's supposed to be. Five chair. All right, I'm going to make a a little note over here. Separate to separate background into 3 items of 10 minutes with plus 10 flexibility for one of them. Okay, that is saved now. So that way, when the competition takes place next month, people will be able to better understand what is going on. Now hide the set. Let's go over here and let's add these things to our set. And again, we're not setting everything up so that the scale is perfect. We're not focusing on that for right now, but it will be something that in the future I want to try and do just because it will make more sense for people. Because not everyone's going to have the understanding of how to properly scale everything. So let me show you a brief moment what I hope this stuff will start to contribute to. Okay. So the idea behind this kind of was sparked when I saw this right here. I saw this idea of animators contributing to a scene to showcase their work. I didn't have the ability to participate in something like that. And I was frustrated with the fact that I didn't have that ability at the time. Now I could, but this would be kind of counterintuitive for me to try and put time and effort into this, whereas I could have just make my own shorts. But I want you to think about this. Look at this scene right here. One person could theoretically do that whole scene by themselves. What if you work together in a team? A stream that is set up to treat the whole thing like a giant production. You want to learn a little bit and maybe dabble in Blender, look through a tutorial, and by the end of the stream, your item that you've worked on gets contributed to this, so you actually can say that, yes, I contributed to an animated short. Imagine 10, 20 people all working on this scene simultaneously, submitting their final work, and then it gets added to the final scene. That is the dream. By the time we come around to late summer into fall, I want this to be the reality. How do we get there? I don't know. I'm not very good at promoting stuff. I'm a bit too calm and quiet of a person to hound people about stuff like this. But this is where I want to go. I want to give people the tools and the resources to find confidence enough to participate in something like this and help them to understand this isn't too terribly hard. Let's work together. If you're struggling with this, we'll give you a couple of pointers, but all of it is contributing to something. So you have two different ways of doing this. You have the smaller competitions, kind of like what I'm trying to illustrate right now, where you're on a timer. And then the second thing is contributing to something where you're live, you get a chance to showcase your work to everybody, and people are there cheering you on because your element is going to go into the final scene. I think that is really a great opportunity. Greetings, Prism Animations. Good to see you. How are you doing? Am I the only one who can't hear anything? I believe that is the case. Right now we have music playing in the background and there is audio. Might want to double check your sound driver. So I'm going to message this. This challenge was aimed at professional sector. Most of the animators you can see come from well-known names in the industry. Precisely. Now imagine how much of an upset it would be if everybody found out they have that same skill. I think people would be surprised what sort of skills they have. We did this back at college. It was a very simple sort of concept. We didn't even know if it had a merit, but it actually worked out. And a lot of people had some very interesting ideas that they put forth, and people enjoyed it. So yeah, I think it has a lot of potential in the future to give people who don't have that skill set that opportunity to find their footing. Will we also have some larger competitions? Maybe, if we get there. But the main goal is to be a resource for people, a place to start and grow. I'm on my phone, so not a driver issue, that's for sure. Let me see what's wrong. Well, let me double check over here. By the way, can anybody else hear me? I know we have a couple of folks that are out there. All right, I hear it on my end. I just pulled up the Rumble and the YouTube side, and it seems to be working. Double checking right now. All right, listening. It is indeed. Okay, you're still good to go. By the way, folks, it's back. Wonderful. Anyways, I was saying to begin with, greetings, Prism. Hope you're doing well, and thanks for stopping by. We are in the process of demonstrating what this concept of doing challenges for 3D animation will start to do, and how it is going to contribute to people's overall skills and techniques. YouTube glitch, you know, that happens. That does indeed happen quite a lot, honestly. All right, we're getting ready for the next part of this process here. So right now I need to figure out a background. So right now I have listed that each background element should be around 10 minutes. So right now I kind of want to do two things. I want to have some sort of building that is in the background. I want to, oh wait, my bad. We're doing the character, because the background, we can actually get away without having a really complex background. So let's go with the character instead. All right, we're going to go with the character. The character is 20 minutes. Now, I've done several characters in the past. I want this to be a simple character. I'm not going to be working with a base mesh. I'm going to be trying to make it from scratch. As such, the character will probably have a couple of bugs with it. But that's perfectly fine, because the goal is to learn the process first and foremost. So let me reset my timer, and we will be ready to proceed here in a moment. save that. So before we dive into this, next month is when I hope to have at least 2 or 3 people to participate in this. If not, I'll be doing the same sort of thing as I'm doing today, refining it, and hopefully getting a chance to convey the dream about this so that people will have the ability to participate in the future. In the meantime, if you know people that are trying to learn Blender, that want to showcase their work, or just kind of get a chance to figure out what it's like to work with a team, then by all means, send them this way. Have them watch this video if you so like, and if they find an interest in it, then they will be welcomed, and we'll figure out a good way to do screen sharing for the future, because we do want to have people with the ability to screen share so we can see their different modeling and animating techniques. That way we all can learn from it. All right, we're going to make another collection, and then we'll get ready to start the timer. So we're going to do a stylized, cartoony sort of character, because that will be easier to work with. We'll do like really, really simple. We're going to do basic shapes, and together, hopefully it will feel, interesting enough for the final animation. That way you see there's multiple different styles to kind of approach for it. Do you think it will... do you think it will satisfy you in the long term? I imagine working downwards instead of upwards will be very exhausting after a while. So speed competitions with beginners rather than competitions with groups with a similar skill level. I understand the good intention, but I also see the negative side of it. So that is true. That can happen. But now let me give a little bit of a brief background to this. So when I was learning, I did not have any sort of guidance. My guidance came from YouTube videos. My classes were kind of worthless in many ways because I didn't end up using the tools that they had. Everything I learned was by trial and error. By doing a competition once a month, what that does is it gives the opportunity to pass on that information. Now there's the ability to also make more challenging competitions for people that start to really lean into it and they have more potential. Oh, believe me, I have projects galore to keep me motivated. I want something to help pass this on, and the reason why is because right now we are at a point where a lot of artists are getting discouraged. The world of AI has spooked a lot of people. Now, it's not as bad as people make it out to be, but it's caused a lot of people to not want to refine their skills. But here's the other thing. It's the child factor, you could say. Now, if you have someone who is younger, who cannot lift as much as you, who is not as fast as you, and you take a little bit of time every time, whenever you can, to teach them something, before long, they will be outperforming you. It's kind of the nature of things. You can train people a little bit here and there, and just that little bit is enough to help give them the motivation and the energy to pursue the next goal out there. One day, if people have an interest in this sort of stuff, then I'm going to offer them some opportunities to participate in some of my bigger projects if they so desire. It's not a requirement. It's More like, hey, if you like this stuff and you want a chance to maybe thrive and excel if at all possible, then I want to be able to give them kind of an entry point. The reason why this matters to me is partially because of what my experience was, but also because when I went to Walt Disney, because I worked there as a student employee, I was trying to get into their animation department. They had a college program to get you into there, which they got rid of 2 years before I was able to join. I went there with the assumption that I would get a chance to put in for an internship, and I didn't. I got there and they had removed that part of the program. Mostly because they wanted to hire better skilled people. Now, Walt Disney himself wanted to train people from the ground up, mostly because he thought it gave artists a better chance at success. He also knew that it would give the older animators a chance to see and learn, because maybe they knew and the younger animators had something in a different way of approaching things that they could all learn from. Bob Iger got rid of that. And I have grieved that moment because I know what it was like to have a desire to want to get somewhere. And I couldn't because the door was closed. The ladder was pulled up. I want to pass that on, even if it's just a little bit. Now, I'm not a very good teacher. Let me put it that way. Can I teach? Yes. But does teaching get a little irritating to me? At times. But by doing this as a competition, I can pass on some of the things that I learn, and other animators get the chance to pass on the things that they learn. We as a group start to work together. It's not about necessarily just focusing on people of a certain skill. It's getting a chance to see them grow with you, and then get the chance to bring in new people as time progresses. So I hope that makes sense. And to anybody that's watching this on replay, if you find an interest in this, be sure to reach out, and we will try and incorporate you into this in the future. Okay. I don't think it's as bad as it used to be. YouTube as a guide for practically everything, and social media like Reddit and Discord allow you to connect with others for feedback. If you have the will, which is necessary, you have all the options. I've seen worse times. 'Tis true. Words are inspiring. I can say you are really passionate about it. Oh, believe me, I have been passionate about this field and about storytelling for a long, long time. And so hopefully people get a chance to see some of this stuff in the future. By the way, we do have a couple of animations on the Castercraft channel on both Rumble and YouTube. We're going to be adding to that a little bit at a time. I'm slow at animating. My apologies. I got the next one all set up. The renders are coming out. But right now, I think right now I can get it out in about a week or two, just because it takes about a full day for renders, assuming the renders work. And that's the big catch. Renders fail. Oh my goodness, they fail a lot. But anyway. Started with Blender before YouTube existed. Hey, nice. You were way early on. Were you on Blender 1 back when that thing was like basically a glorified toaster? Okay, I'm going to start the timer here in 3, 2, and 1. YouTube was 2002. I think it was Blender 2.38. Oh, wow. Yeah, I saw like people showcasing what Blender looked like back then, and it was awful. You have my you have my my respect for having to fight with that program. They do fail a lot, but I never let my render time for one frame go above 20 seconds. Now I have to do mine at 6 minutes for the scene complexity that I'm at right now. It is frustrating, I will say that. But if you really want to get some high quality stuff, you have to be able to get to that point. And so I've been learning slowly but surely the best way to try and approach that. Sisso, I can't remember. Have you shown me your portfolio before? Don't want to because I talk to myself. Oh, that high of skills. Ah, I see. Well, thanks for come down visiting us simple animators that are trying slowly but surely to climb the ladder. Wait a second here. Let's just get rid of that and do this instead. Wow, this face is going to be hideous. So my best 3D character was used for a snowball animation that you can find on the YouTube side or on Rumble. And it took me about maybe 30, 40 hours to do. It was a fun project to work on, and I'm going to be bringing that character back again in the future. But I was having problems with his coat, and so I wasn't able to really readily pull him out again and use him for another animation right away. got hit so hard with that snowball. Yep. Poor fella. There's a couple of animations that I hope one day to do, and some of them are 2D. Now, I do not have a whole lot of experience with 2D animation, but I really, really want to do some of them. So over this next year, I hope to slowly learn the process again, and get better at it. So hopefully, by time of next year, I'll be able to start the process of doing the 2D story that I have planned. I've never been able to do good low poly hair. This might have been a mistake. I probably should have just given him a hat. I like the speed paints you do. Never completely watched all of them, but they were amazing art. Well, you were very kind. I did a lot of attempts to try and do speed painting in the past, and I realized that not a whole lot of YouTube really favored that sort of stuff anymore, and so I didn't really focus on them a whole lot after a while. I tried doing them early on, but they took about 2 hours just to kind of get the basic artwork set up, and it was just too much for me to try and handle. Now, there's been a couple of people that have mentioned about their concerns with AI and how can really impact their artistic careers. And understandably so. There's a lot of people concerned. I dare say that companies have not done anything really to calm those concerns. But I have noticed over the last couple of months, the AI frenzy is starting to come to an end. A lot of people are starting to ask the question, what's the point? Rightfully so. I think that AI will come to a very abrupt end for the commoner. Mostly because you can't have an industry where nobody works. And AI is kind of... Some people think that AI somehow is going to create this utopia where nobody will ever work again. And that's just not so. Everyone's going to have to work. And so eventually people are going to say, well, sure, could we use AI? Yes. But we want to look out for our neighbors. And we don't see a whole lot of people doing that just yet, but we are just starting to see that opinion starting to surface. A lot of people are starting to say, yeah, why is it that we would replace all of our local workers with a machine? Because who's going to buy our stuff if nobody's working, nobody's making an income? So I think that the average person is safe from AI. Now, nations, not so much. I think that's going to be a bit of an issue for nations moving forward. So is AI still going to be around? Probably for a good long time. But I don't have fear about it. And I don't think that it's going to take away my job. I don't think it's going to take away other people's jobs. It will to begin with, but once people realize how detrimental it is to the economy, you're going to see a lot of people start to backtrack. I mean, golly, just look at how OpenAI is freaking out about China stealing the information that they stole. That's kind of funny to me. But I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful that people will start to realize the importance of valuing human beings over just pure profit. AI for now isn't good enough to replace jobs, but it can be a pretty good tool if humans use it correctly. Well, I've actually known a couple people that have lost their jobs. And some of them actually watch these streams. Some people are... there's a couple of folks I know that are in a pretty tough way right now. And I do think that we are seeing a point, though, where people understand, though, at least that in terms of quality, human beings cannot be so readily replaced. So I have that comfort. Separate by selection. This is a weird looking character. But it's going to get the job done here. If there is no jobs, then there is no money. And when there is no money, then no one is going to buy stuff, which results in low demand, and ultimately everything is just a mess. Now it's open source. Yep. Kind of funny how all that stuff has happened. It kind of looks like a Muppet, honestly. Not really a fan of how this guy came out. I mean, it's not terrible, but it's not great either. To extend the time on this one too. I knew that 20 minutes was not going to work for a simple character, at least for me. That may change in the future based upon how people create their characters. I'm just doing a simple poly, but I know a lot of people use sculpting, and some people use some techniques where they can basically create the outline of it and very quickly start to materialize the character with the sculpt brush, and then send it back to being a polygon mesh for them to work with. I don't quite understand how to properly do that, mostly because I haven't had enough time to really watch and observe. Like, for me, this is about the most I know how to quickly do. Timer went, but now I'm going to pull up the stopwatch because I want to see how much extra time this typically will take. Yes, this is a horrible design for a character. And maybe part of the challenge should be that you're working with a base mesh that's provided to you. That would actually probably be a bit of a better solution. based upon things that are trending, yeah, well, one of the things that is a little unfortunate is around the time that I stopped doing them was when YouTube got rid of trending. And they kind of collapsed after that. Now, what I ended up doing is most of those were done as redeems. So people that were viewing, they had channel points on Twitch that they could spend to get their own pieces of artwork. So most of it was done in that manner. Now, there were a couple ones early on that I did not do that. I just kind of did because I wanted to. But those are the ones like that I noticed that the trending didn't actually work anymore. And I looked high and low, and everyone's like, yeah, the speed painting stuff is all falling apart. You can't really make it work anymore. Now, can you still make it work? Absolutely. But it's way, way harder. And honestly, my main passion is storytelling. And so art was like a way for me to train myself in order to get better at being able to do illustrations for the stories that I was going to be trying to tell. Now, that proved to actually be kind of a good idea to practice those things. But eventually they had to come to an end, mostly because the artwork was taking way too long and I couldn't really tell the stories that I was hoping to be able to tell. Now, I do have a couple of projects that are coming up that are going to incorporate some of the storytelling stuff that I've been working on. And some of them are, at least to me, they're going to be really fun to tell. So hopefully others find interest in them too. But I will say, it's going to be a bit difficult to try and really make them, to really have them take off. And I will not assume that they will take off, honestly. High chance that it will not. Now, last year, I did a short story for one of the channel point redeems. And it was a lot of fun. And the people that were there for it got to hear it. I have not published it, mostly because I needed some illustrations for it. And then I wanted to refine the story, and then push came to shove, and I've just never published it. But it is out there, ready to, well, it is in the waiting to be put out there. And hopefully, after this next project comes to a conclusion, I'll be able to go back and try and solidify it into its final form. Mostly because I know some problems with the story, and I want to go back and just correct it before I really got the chance to post it online. But it was a story about Snap and a Cane, a story that was requested by our audience, and it was a very interesting story in the sense of that they wanted it to basically revolve around the some fictional characters that one of the viewers had created, and then I just had to try and make it into an epic sounding story and put it to audio, kind of an audio drama. And at least the people that heard it mentioned that they liked it. Now, they might have just been being nice, but I do know that a lot of people did at least seem to enjoy it. almost done with this character, and I am thoroughly disgusted with him. Yeah, but it was good to give this a try. I think I'll just keep my character in the far distance, mostly because I don't really want to showcase this as being like, hey, this is the sort of characters you'll get to learn how to make. That's not going to be too exciting. I just scrolled through YouTube Shorts and Instagram Reels in order to find what people like, which ones like. So that's a win-win. Let's see here. Yeah. So, there was a guy that I was following for a short time. He was doing speed paints, and I noticed that the ideas that I had wouldn't actually really work, because most of my stuff is, well, story-based. And one of the things I've noticed with some of the stories that I have is they have to be told in like 4 or 5 panels minimum. Is it possible? Yeah, it is. I don't currently have that time, though, to do it. But it is something where that may actually happen in the future. Maybe. But as for trending stuff, I'm not a big fan of trendy stuff. Because I feel handcuffed, you could say, on the items that you can end up making. I'd rather have something that basically causes people to have to stop and think. And after I'm done with this character, I'm going to take a moment to kind of show what that will look like. Because if you're here for the first time and you see me making this character, you're probably thinking, yeah, right. You have stories that you want to tell, that you feel passionate about, as if. And I'm like, well, okay, yeah, the point taken in that sense. But I do want to show some of it because I think it will be helpful to understand the vision into the future. Because a lot of the stuff, I've been thinking about stories for years and years. At one point, I tried putting all my stories into one area to try and see how many I had. And let's just say there's no way that I'm ever going to get to tell all of them. So I'm going to be telling at least as many of the ones that I believe have a good, solid message. And hopefully hopefully those ones will have that chance to really find a way to be produced. But they might never be produced, and I am perfectly aware of that. So now this is where I would find it interesting to watch somebody else kind of try and make a character in a low poly sort of style like this. Because my technique is failing. But if I get a chance to see somebody else and how theirs turned out, I might get a chance to be inspired and be able to do better on the next time around. We all have our strength. And for me, my strength doesn't tend to be the low poly stuff. It tends to be the high quality stuff. Things that take a long, long time to make. It's one of the reasons why some of my projects take forever and a day to really do. By the way, I think, Prism, if I remember right, I think you said that you were in the process of trying to deal with finals or something like that. How are those going? and if I am incorrect in my memory, which is completely possible, then my apologies. I do have some stories, but they are dark, like a little too dark. Yes. So, sometimes if you have a dark story and you're like, gee, I wonder how I can make this a little bit lighter. Sometimes time will eventually help to reshape it. Now, there was a story I remember hearing about, and it was from the creator of Secondhand Lions. Now, if you've seen that film, you know it's a fairly nice, lighthearted story about really kind of something that's good for the whole family. But what's interesting to me is that the creator of it didn't actually have a background in making family films. Why did it suddenly happen? Well, it's because he had a kind of a moment where he realized that he wanted something that was more, that served a better legacy. And now, I have no idea the other films that he has made. But I do know Secondhand Lions, and it won several awards. And people will remember him for having made that. Peter Jackson was known originally as a horror film creator. But when we think about him, we think of Lord of the Rings. And so where you start from doesn't mean that's where you're going to end up all the time. Sometimes it just means you need a little bit of time to get to see where your skills are going to go. But always, 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 whenever possible, try and show a little light to people, because we live in a dark world, and people always need a little bit of encouragement, a little bit of hope to be able to help them press through. There's a story that I was trying to figure out how to get to work, and I still am trying to figure out how to pull it off, because it's a little dark. It deals with a very real problem, and honestly, it's sobering. It was a little too sobering, and so I have gone back and I've actually started to change the story, but I can't figure out how to finalize it. So I put it on the shelf, and I'm going to return to it one day. Hey, he's not terrible. I mean, he's not great, but he's not terrible. It was the first semester in a few days. I'm going to in the second semester. Wait a minute. First, going to the second. Ah, okay, yes, indeed. I hope it turns out well. All right, so what can be done now to this character? We've got our simple character. That's probably going to be good enough. Wow, he is so weird looking. Okay, so pause it. All right, so that ended up being 45 minutes. All right, so we're going to change this, and we're going to make it a 60-minute challenge for character. And if it's with the basic mesh, then it will be a 30-minute character, because then you're like sculpting it or something like that. Min for character base mesh. Okay, that is saved, and hopefully when people get to that challenge in the future, it will be just fine and dandy. All right, hold on just a second. I'm gonna take a quick look at something here. All right, so I'm going to take a quick moment to showcase what sort of animations I have been doing and what sort of stories I hope to be able to tell. By the way, this is going to be part of some of the streams moving forward. For people that are participating, they're going to get a chance to showcase the stuff they're working on. Now, right now, it's just myself here, so thus it ends up being me. So, lucky you folks. All right, so the last couple of months, I've been in the process of trying to build up a pseudo studio. I call it a hobby studio. Why? Because it doesn't actually have any ability to really make revenue right now. And honestly, I have a lot of work to try and get to a point where it could actually be used to make anything of merit. But I hope to get there sometime soon-ish. We'll say soon-ish. So currently, some of the things that I've done in the past have been primarily characters like this fella. Just a second, it's acting up here. All right, go back here instead. My bad. Post. Where's post? Here we go. So this is a character that I did a few years ago. Now, this is the guy that did the snowball that I mentioned about earlier. For those that have not seen it, you can find it again on the YouTube and the Rumble side. This guy took a lot of effort to do, and he's not the only character I've made, but he's one of the more successful ones I've made. Now, let me convey that right now, the model right here that you see, this is why I'm not super discouraged about it. Because when you are modeling, you have massive jumps in improvement that take place in a very short amount of time. This right here on the left was the first iteration of this character. That is terrifying, okay? Everybody that I know would look at that and say, heaven help us, it's a demon, or something along those lines. But a few days later, that's what it was. He improved. And that's not where the character stopped. I decided to change the character up a little bit more. And that is when I got to this version of him. And that was the one that I used for the animation. And when I animated him, it turned out way smoother than I was expecting. Now, there are some times where you get, Lord save us, that horrible, terrifying monstrosity. But this is part of the learning process. It's also part of the building process. That is way different than this guy with his teeny tiny hands, which you can tell one of the first things I did was I increased the size of his gloves. I also fixed his boots so that they didn't look like they were melting plastic. But when I made this guy and I had the idea for the animation in mind, I got so discouraged. I did this on stream, and I looked at it and I thought, I don't know how to model anything. I'm terrible. Well, what I didn't understand is that these things take practice and they take some slow refinements. Notice the gloves right here. The gloves are still not full size. The boots, now their boots are pretty much the same as what they ended up being. Face was completely updated too. A lot of it changed. And one of the big things is that horrible hat that was on him as well. But this is perfectly fine. For someone to submit a character like on the left, that's going to happen. And then when it's all said and done, you start putting the elements together, you start getting some things that really start looking refined. And they look like they could have come from a bigger studio. Now, granted, there's a lot of errors in this, a whole lot of errors. Like you can see her foot through the snow a little bit. The snow was glitching all over the place. It was a nightmare. This one never got rendered because the renders were so problematic. I spent days and weeks and months on this animation for it not to work. So I had to go back and rebuild it. As such, over the last couple of months, I've been going back and storyboarding. And right now, I have a series of episodes for this character. I hope to do some of these over this coming year. Last year, I was able to pull off 3.5 animations. This next year, I want to pull off 7. Why do I think I can pull off 7? Because the year before, so 2 years ago, I did 1 animation a year. And last year, that got doubled and tripled. And now, I think I can actually pull off 7. Now, it won't happen immediately because right now I'm having to worry about a lot of work that I have to do for my daytime job. But as time goes on, I want to be able to start to pull off some of these shorts that I have planned for this character, as well as some other ones. And one day, I want to tell this story. This is the character that I really want to tell his story. And you'll notice this is a beaver, the same thing that is used in the logo for Castercraft. This is the character that inspired a lot of what I do. Of what I do. And I very much hope to start it next year. There's one last thing I'll show before we dive back into this. Where is that? I should have kept these in a easier to find folder. Oh yeah, here we go. So 2 things. One, next year, I want to figure out the basics of how to pull off a short film, a high scale short film. This one's not going to happen anytime soon. It's probably going to start in a year and a half when I actually can pull that off. But in the short term, we have this guy coming out. The renders are coming out. They finally are working, well, usually. And so that is the main focus for the next few days. But now back to this horrible monstrosity. We are going to now take this guy and we're doing a quick rig. Now, I don't know what the time is going to be for this, so I'm just going to reset it and I'm going to press play. there are a lot of really neat ideas you can pursue. Really a lot of great ideas that you can be able to build upon. But I will say this. There are some ideas that are not necessarily beneficial for one's career. There was a student that I got to meet a couple of years back, and she had, well, let's just say she had a very sad story. And it was discouraging to me because she had great storytelling skills, really good storytelling skills. But in her frustration and her anger throughout many, many years, it started to show in her stories. And the skills that she had built up finally came to a point of where no one wanted to hear it because they were so depressing and so disheartening. Most people want to tell a story to escape the struggles of this world, to escape the fear and the pain. And so if you come along and say, I got a story for you, and it's basically a horrible tragedy in which people suffer in horrible, horrible ways, not a whole lot of people are going to want to hear it. I mean, sure, some people are going to like it, but the average person is probably not going to be so excited about it. Now, again, that can change. That can be, people can end up being fans of it. But I would be surprised if more people, rather than not, do get discouraged and they'll say, yeah, you know what, I'm not really interested in seeing that story. She got very frustrated about that and couldn't quite figure out why people didn't like her story. And the whole time never stopped to wonder, maybe it's something as simple as people just want something that's lighthearted, something that's hopeful. She never stopped to ask that question. And last I checked, her products never quite took off. Neither have mine, for that matter, so I'm not saying somehow I'm better than what she had. But I do find it interesting that it was something everyone knew about and everyone talked about, but her pain was such that it was almost like it was becoming a necessity to make sure others felt that same pain in her stories. That's the type of story I was talking about. See, there are some ways to be able to tell a story like that. Maybe it might take a little effort to be able to get it to a point where it really stands out. But I do know there's some stories like that that really can work. But I definitely always encourage for people to take the opportunity to try and find some creative ways to maybe address the same issues without making it too discouraging. Now, she struggled with that a whole lot and never quite understood. She never quite understood why they were such a big issue. But I'm certain that some of her stories would have really been good if she just toned it down a little bit. And again, like I said, I have some stories that probably are a little too dark as well. I'm not saying that somehow I have a perfect sort of idea of how they should be, but I do notice a bit of the kind of the way to help inspire and encourage. And I kind of want to make sure that others get that opportunity to kind of find encouragement. There's far too many people in this world that want to discourage. And so when I see a story that's too depressing, I always want to try and find something hopeful to be able to pass on, because I don't want people to find no hope. I want people to find some relief, to find opportunity to say, you know what, somebody cares. You know, the easiest fear, do you know what the easiest emotion is to get out of an audience? And I already unveiled it. It's fear. But did you know that is the easiest emotion to get out of an audience? Now, I did not really know that until I was at college, and I noticed that all the students resorted to fear whenever they wanted to try and make their film trendy. And understandably so, because those tended to do really, really well. But here's the thing. People scare easily. It doesn't take any real effort to do. The hardest thing to get out of somebody is like a swelling sort of pride or courage or drive to move forward. That's the real hard one to do. And as a result, it tends to not be something Hollywood likes to really rely upon, because it is so very hard to get out of an audience. Does God of War fall in the same category, story-wise? I would probably say in some ways yes, in some ways no. Now, I know that there are some people there big fans of the God of War storyline, and I gotta say, I saw the story of it. I watched a playthrough of it, and I gotta say, there's some really compelling elements to it. And one of the things that you'll notice with Kratos is he is a man who is torn by the terrible things he's done. Everything that he's done to that point, the thing that basically a lot of gamers were like excited for, hey, look, we could get the chance to like do all these terrible things. He's now having to reel from all of that. He's having to face the consequences of his decisions, and he's become wiser as a result. Kratos, you could say, is kind of like what the average person deals with through this life. Now, I don't know where everyone is in their journey of life, but I do know that a lot of people I know are in like this phase of growing up right now. Now, I'm in my mid-30s. Most people I knew at college have come to change who they are in the most recent years. They're no longer the people that they once were. They were no longer the ones that were super excited to do kind of trivial activities. They wanted to do things that mattered, things that they felt that they can feel have eternal benefits in that sense. Take it like this. If you got in on a TikTok challenge, and I'm thinking about this because of some of the nonsense I've seen online with it. If you did a TikTok challenge, and it was it required you to go up and hit someone on the head and run away. That's childish. And as a result, there are consequences for that. You may not feel it at the time because if you're younger, it doesn't make sense. Why would there be a consequence? It's nothing. It's people just being not being good sports about it. Well, the reason why it becomes a problem is because if you have an understanding of eternal consequences, you start to see how these things start to play out. God of War addresses some of these ideas. It takes something where there's a man who is discouraged, who is breaking, and finds a way to help people understand restoration. That is a dark story that has a positive end. You see his journey from somebody who is suffering to somebody who has hope. Hope is not in plenty in our current world. In fact, I would dare say it's one of the things that we're lacking the most. I get concerned about people because I see people who are suffering in this world. And the last thing I want to do is see them broken, unable to find any sort of comfort, and who start to see the world in terms of just a series of pain. Nothing is just pain. There is goodness that will be found in some of the darkest moments of our life. Now, not everybody will find that. Some people actively seek darkness. Some people actively seek pain. But there is an opportunity for a lot of people to start to see hope. And I would rather want to be somebody who helps remind people with hope. Now, I have a story that I've been writing, and this one is going to come out sooner rather than later. And it's about a guy who is having to deal with horrible pain and consequences. But it's all with the idea that there is hope in his story. And by the time you come to the end of the story, I want it to be where the audience, hopefully, if it is written correctly, the audience will hopefully be weeping for this guy as you see him in his frustration and in his final battle. But I want to be filled with hope when you come to the end of it. That's the dream. Top tier narrator, you're very kind. But anyway, those are some of the things that go through my mind when I think of stories. And one of the reasons why I don't want to dwell too much on darkness, because I've known people who are in real darkness. And believe me, when you've met those people in real darkness and you see them in suffering, you don't want to go up and insult them and try and drag them down. You want them to remember that there is something on the other side of all their pain. Now, some people will not experience that. Some people will. Not everyone is going to find peace. But it's up to you and me to be able to help them find that. The button I got to do with this. Names. Auto name left and right. So I think that did. Yep. Okay, that did it. So now I should be able to armature symmetrize. Phooey, that did not work. Did this one change? No, it didn't. Peculiar. This is one of the reasons why, by the way, for the narrator stuff, that's one of the reasons why I think that I have become kind of the late night streamer, because there are a couple of people who come around for kind of just the random stories I'll end up telling And it's always kind of funny to me to think about that. That can happen, but it's kind of interesting how sometimes you're given kind of an opportunity like that, and you don't really know how it's going to pan out. There was a time a couple of years ago when I was in the process of trying to figure out career directions, and I was somebody that I really wanted to know exactly what I was going to be getting myself into before I went to college. And I ended up in a lot of prayer, trying to figure out what God's will was for me in terms of career directions. And I didn't really have any clear direction. I heard some people that would get like immediate conviction of where they should be going, and sometimes that didn't necessarily. Is that not working? Sometimes it wasn't necessarily clear, and for me, it wasn't clear to begin with, and then over time, it just started getting more and more clear. But it's kind of weird how I was raised with kind of a strange background in terms of education, and one of those things was that I ended up learning how to speak from people that were of a military background as well as a European background. Got back to the States and didn't really have a whole lot of understanding of how my voice could be used. And then I went to try and apply for some jobs, and I was told by people that I couldn't apply because I was too intimidating. And that was a result of my voice at the time. My voice was actually very hard for people to really it's really hard for people to tolerate, you could say. It took a long time before people actually started listening. Why is this not working? Oh, I know what's going on. My bad. Driver driven. There we go. Now this one. Okay, what is going on with this guy? Maybe I shouldn't have tried to do proper rigging. Okay, it's taking too long to do this. I'm just gonna call him good at that. So let's go back over here. If I remove this, nope. Okay, come over here. Parent. Keep offset. So right now it's at 20 minutes, and I know it's not actually going to be that when it's all said and done. But so when I was working at Disney was when I really started getting the opportunity to really find a new voice, you could say. Because we're all born with a certain type of voice, but we get a chance to kind of use it enough to where it starts to morph into something different. When I was at Disney, I was having to speak constantly. And now I had spent most of my life growing up kind of in silence. And for the first time, I actually was getting a chance to communicate in a much more meaningful way. And while I was there, I found out that I could solve a lot of my vocal problems just by pausing and thinking about the words that I was going to be saying before proceeding. But I also learned not to speak loudly. Now I can still speak loudly. If I was to shout, people about half a mile away could hear me. But it is something where I learned to temper my voice when I was down there. And ever since then, it has been something where I've gotten the opportunity to just kind of ramble and kind of leaned into it more and more as time went on. Okay, just a second. I am getting way messed up with this character. What am I doing wrong here? Okay, let's just apply these. Armature, automatic weight. There we go. Okay, wow. Now, this guy's not going to be doing a whole lot of moving. That's about as much movement as we're going to have to worry about. So let us now grab these. And I wonder if I can just make these one mesh. Actually, let's start off by applying these. This is not the proper way to go about it, by the way. I'm just kind of speeding through it because this whole process has taken me too long. And I realize my mistake here. Hey, it's not bad. Is it great? No, absolutely not. But something. And it's disconnected from the wrist enough. Perfect. And we come over here. It should be the same, right? Yeah, huzzah. All right, so now grab this. Grab this and grab this. Automatic weight. Good. Parent to that. Keep offset. Wonderful. All right, let's merge these together, just because I want to see what happens with this. Merge that and automatic weights. Okay. Grab that. Now we're going to make an actual IK for this one because I am not going to be able to pull this off otherwise. Now, why does this work immediately and it wouldn't work on the shoulder, on the arm and the shoulder? It's a bit perplexing to me, but okay. He is now working. And now we got to parent these to the pelvis here. Okay, let's duplicate that. All right, all these get parented to here. Keep offset. So now, yeah, look at that. Huzzah. Now, why is he wanting to rotate like that? Oh, that's right. There we go. Have to limit the amount that the chain will do there. All right, now we got to get knees going. Okay, so now we're going to grab this right here, extrude those out, disconnect, and move out like that. All right, come back to pose, and now we're going to grab the pole right here. There we go, and offset that angle by 90, which is typical what you have to do. Grab the armature, I wish you'd just grab the bone to begin with. I don't know why they don't automate that process just yet. And too bad I don't know how to program it to make that avoidable. All right, there we go. Wonderful. He is ready to go out and walk down the street in this world. But before we do that, one of the challenges that we're going to have with this, now I should not have applied all of those settings, but oh well, it's too late for that now. We're going to grab this, and we're going to delete the inside of this and inside of this. This is up 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, fourth one. Delete faces, grab and delete faces. So now when he moves around, the shirt and the pants won't be clipping. Now this one, I don't have that same problem because I didn't apply the modifiers, which is honestly probably for the best here. But I do need to, oh golly, actually I do need to apply something here. Oh golly. Okay, well, let's actually apply it after all. Apply. We're going to reduce that right there. Apply that and apply that. Come in here, and now we're actually going to smooth it out again. There we go. Come in here and grab the inner shirt from here. And down here. And delete. Now, when he bends, hopefully the clothes won't clip, like it was starting to do earlier. And it's mostly good. All right, so let's come in here, and we're just kind of running out the clock right now, so no worries about this right now. We're gonna close out this right here, and actually we're gonna re-solidify this. Come to think of it. Let's re-solidify this entirely because, well, it will make sense here in just a moment. All right, so now let's bring back the solidify. Extend that outward. And we'll come in and use the shrink wrap. And we'll grab this area down here. Actually, no, we don't want to shrink wrap. We just want to parent this to the pelvis by 100%. And for that, we need to actually name this appropriately. delete that, come back in here, and new automatic weights because the pelvis was not originally there. Come back up here, and now we can come into pelvis and assign it 100. Now in theory, well actually because of how Blender works, we have to auto-normalize, but I'm spacing on the proper way to do that, which is why we're doing this right now. Auto-normalize, auto-normalize, auto-normalize. Where is that? Weight paint. Hey, actually, did it automatically do that? Cool. All right, let's come in here and give this a try. Hey, it's stuck. Perfect. That's exactly what we needed. Now we can come in here and actually clean up a little bit of this. 1 and 2. Delete those and then come up here. 1, 2. There we go. Now we have a little bit extra cleanness with the stretching. Wonderful. Our stupid little low poly character is just about done. So this head right here, all this stuff is going to be parented. Well, not all of it. Just this and this is going to be parented to the head. And then this is going to be given a constraint. Copy armature, add target bone, armature, and gotta rename it again. Head. Okay, so I guess armatures probably will not be on the list of challenges to begin with, just because this is taking 30 minutes, and that is not ideal. So duly noted, but I still wanted to give this a shot just to find out what it would be like. Yeah, precisely. Shake your head. No, no, don't. Not that way. There we go. Wonderful. We're probably going to, let's see here, save by just a second. Okay, so gonna be trying to wrap this character up here, and then throw him into the scene. We're gonna be putting an image for the background, mostly because I kind of want to see how this whole process will go for the most part, but I can't spend too much more time trying to work on something that's not really panning out 100% of what I was hoping it would be. So I'm gonna reevaluate some of these decisions here and make this a little bit easier for people in the process of the next event to try and do. This could be an interesting challenge for more advanced stuff. So we'll keep this as a level 4 or a level 5 sort of competition. So I'm going to write that down here. So we'll stick with simple objects for the first one. So what we're going to do is we're actually going to hide this guy. We're not going to use him after all, but I did want to learn the whole process. So let us now do a setup of trying to build out the set. And this will be the final challenge for tonight. All right, so build set was given a time frame of 20 minutes. Okay, starting it. Now we're going to add in a background image to kind of make this a little bit easier. And this is part of the, I'm going to put this part of the timer here. I want to get a Creative Commons image. All right, public domain, Prague. Save image, and let's put it over to here. Should be able to, I think I can just drag it on in nowadays. Yep. Well, actually, wait a minute. No, it came in as an empty. Disregard. Okay. Where did that go? Expect there to be some noise distortion for the next few moments. moments. Okay. I did the same thing for one of my projects, but used an AI generated image because I couldn't find any other images that matched the style of my render. There's a lot of incredible images out there. Some of the things I've learned with the imagery that gets used is sometimes the imagery that you end up really getting the most out of is sometimes the ones that you least expect. There's been some renders that I've done in the past where it changed dramatically just by the sort of imagery that you can get. And so, fortunately, we have a lot of Creative Commons out there, but I do realize a lot of the Creative Commons sort of stuff is kind of getting locked down. It's not as easy to get as it used to be. So I'm not sure what the next challenge is going to focus on in terms of set, but I am kind of leaning towards the idea of kind of sticking with this shop sort of idea. Maybe next time it will be doing kind of a countertop, or maybe it would be something like doing the front door of a building. Maybe slowly just building it up over several challenges to be able to really flesh out the scene. We'll see. We'll see. I think there's some great potential for that, but it kind of depends on the sort of interest that is there for the future. Track 2. Empty. Okay, now that scene is going to be more or less out of focus, but sure that it's not too distracting. So we got the set. Why not use an HDRI for the lighting coming from the window? So technically, the image already is projecting light into here. What I have done is a simple solution to be able to add some extra detail without making it super render intensive. So there are a couple of different ways that people can go about doing this, and this is a style that I tend to favor more just because it gives more control. Now, there are many different ways to go about this, and honestly, an HDRI is honestly something I know a lot of people prefer, and that just kind of goes to show that there's so many different techniques out there. Oh, look! Oh boy! Cheap views? No, I don't think so. We're getting rid of that. We don't want cheap views. We want real, genuine. Who cares about cheap? So now I gotta think about the other thing, which is trying to figure out the kind of story that will be played out in this very short animation. And so right now, I think what's going to happen is we're just going to have the cup and the donut be plopped into place. We're going super simple and have the window open up. And that's because this is level 1. This is not level 2, 3, 4. This is all about trying to show the easy entry level stuff. Level 2 is where we'll start to take on some more difficult challenges. But we're going to stick with level 1 for now. That's one of the reasons why I moved the character off, because we're going to keep the character for level 4 or level 5, because that's where we start getting to the rigging challenges. And that's going to take way longer. That way there's no potential spillover from the top there. And we're also going to do the same thing for the walls. There, little tiny room. And we're going to make these actually white. Materials. So now when we come in here, let's try and do a simple render. Let's see what happens. Okay, during this time frame, what we're going to end up doing is we're going to allow people to go back and edit these. So that means that we can come in and say, okay, there's a problem with that. Come over to the set and fix the placement as well as textures. And we're going to be using free textures, wood. Kind of like that. That one's probably, let's see here, let's go over to shading. Because that one's going to be a bit of a problem if we have the displacement. So we're going to get rid of the displacement. And we're just going to leave it as is because this is fairly close. I don't see any need to try and stress the project too much. Let's come up to UV editor. So what sort of challenges do you think could be done in the future? And what sort of skill sets do you think they could try and revolve around. You can set the noise threshold to 0.1 and sample of 256. Also, light tree check off so you can get quick previews. Well, let's see if that works. Let's turn this on to cycles. All right. Let's go with noise threshold. Okay, already set to 0.1. Let's change the samples. Yep. To 256. And light tree check off. All right, let's give that a try. Ooh, oh, that's quite fast. Let's go back and see what it looks like on the other side here. Okay, so turn that off. That's very interesting. Way better. Nicely done. Thank you. Rendering is always been a frustration for me. And unfortunately, it is the case for a great many people. For me, it's primarily been a problem because of my computer's specs. It's a bit of an older computer, and so I can't be super demanding upon it. But that does help out tremendously. Let's go with a European sort of plaster. Let's go with this one right here, painted plaster. Let's bring up the teacup now, because I think I saw a pottery thing a while back. Let's see, maybe it's ceramic. Did I spell it right? Oh, yeah, that's good. Did that take? Yes, it did. Oh, that's nice. A little too dark, though. So let us come in here and maybe I can lighten it up this way. Nope. So we'll put that back to normal. Oh, interesting. okay, I see how this thing's set up now. So I think I can... All right, the timer went off. Let's just use a curve, see if we can increase it that way. Nope. Just trying to do a casual sort of mix here. Kind of lighten it up manually. There we go. I like that a little bit better. Let's go back to our set. All right, now it's the table. The table and the chairs. So we're going to use the same wood that we used for the wall, for the window. And with this, we'll start to bring this to a close. Greetings, JavaScript developer. How are you doing? Actually, I want a different type of wood here. So let's try and find a different type of wood that is a little bit nicer quality. So we want the weathered stuff to be on the outside. Let's have a nice... Yeah, let's have a nice rich grain in here. Let's do this one. Like that style, even though it's not 100% maybe accurate to what it would be. Okay, that's good. Let's just link the rest of this right here. with that, we'll go back to our main scene. That is so inaccurate, but it'll do just fine for what we're doing. I expect some more audio distortion. Do you know you can limit the resolution of a texture during render? Yes. Yes, indeed. I don't do it a whole lot, but mostly because most of my renders end up being a little too complex, and it ends up causing visual glitches otherwise. So let's now animate this. So let's come in here. Actually, let's bring up our set, and we will have our window animate open. We're going to come to this point right here at about, okay, let's see. We want 30 times 10. Okay. 300, of course. We come to this point right here, and we're going to key it, and then come over here and key it again. Come back here and close it. Wait a minute. Smart UV unwrap. There we go. Well, now, that is not quite what I wanted it to do. Let's zero that out again and open it up like so. There we go. So now it just stays open. Save that. Go back over here. And let's grab our camera. Let's hide this for the time being, because we don't need that. Grab our camera, and we got 300 frames. And we are going to pull it up. And bring it over here. Rough preview here. Oh, look at what the donut's doing. The glaze is going all over the place. All right, I know exactly what's going on with that one. It's that noise texture. Do you think it would be a good idea to make it wiggle a little bit at the end when the windows are done opening? That's a good idea. That is indeed a good idea. We will get that squared away here once we figure out what's going wrong with this donut. So right now, I believe is this one right here. There we go. It is now locked and no longer going to move. Window. See, this is one of the reasons why I think it could be so very useful to have multiple people working on it, because when you're trying to work on a task, some people are going to get ideas like that, and when they have fewer items to work with, they can be able to refine it and really make it stand out in a very nice way. All right, so let's have a standard sort of bounce sort of effect. So let's isolate this. And let's go over to our graph editor. Let's see what happens if we just add a normal bounce. Ooh. Ah, that was actually pretty easy. Now, I would prefer to do these things manually, but for speed editing like this, for speed animating, this is actually pretty decent. Now, one of the other things we can do is go back here, and let's make that hinge a little bit more apparent, because remember we made a hinge earlier. Oh, wrong button. Where's that hinge? There we go. Not like people are really going to see the hinge, but you never know. Let's go over to simplify. Not bad. But now, what happens with this? What can we do to make this stand out even further? Maybe it should be that where when we come to about here, because right now we have that opening in the background, but we don't have any sort of since we don't have any character, what if we just toss that donut onto the table? Let's see what the bounce does on this one. Okay, well, that didn't quite go so well. It looks like we're going to have a standard sort of animation technique here. All right, so let's get this all squared away. We want to have these things set up like so. Actually, just a second. Let's close it off like that. Let's get rid of the scale. Let's focus primarily on the location. And because it's Z that we're gonna have to animate this on, we're gonna grab this right here and we're gonna split it into free, and we're gonna open this on up here. Let's go boing, boing, boing. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Let's go down to, let's see here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Well, let's try 12. Not quite fast enough. There, that's better. So we wanted to kind of skid into place here. So now we got the rough idea out. We're actually going to delete all these keys now that we got the general concept. Okay. We'll move forward to about here. I'm going to turn this all to linear. And this is how we're going to animate this scene out. Now, this is one of the techniques that I learned a while back. There was not a lot of great resources online for animating. And I ended up doing a lot of unique techniques to try and get scenes done. And I learned to do blocking a lot differently. And one of them is to use constants for your keyframes. So what we're going to do is we're going to view it from the side here. And by doing this, we have the ability to... Oh, just a second. Where's the object? Where is this? View. Collection. Where is it? Okay. I'm missing it. I think it's because it's getting late, and so I'm skipping over it. Property, object properties. Motion. Path. Wait a minute. Why is this not showing? Did they move it? Viewport? Oh, wait. I'm spacing. My apologies. This is... The path is missing. But why? What has happened? Where did the paths go to? Tool shelf. Wait a minute. Oh, this is... Oh, I think I remember what happened here. They moved where Motion Pass is located since the documentation. I remember this. So we come down to animation, right? No, it's not. Well, we're running out of options to try and locate this. So we gotta find this on the most recent version of Blender. Right, motion paths. This is a recent thing. Okay, we see the motion paths. It is under... Oh, wait a minute. Motion paths. Lo and behold. Okay, it did move. There we go. Okay. So now we can come over here and animate this accordingly. So it gets thrown from this point. Let's bring this on in. It's not going to bounce as much. It's going to just more slide. We can smooth this out. Bezier curves now. And let's put this to camera so we see what the camera's seeing. Big donut. Let's shrink down the size a little bit, actually. So now animation in 3D is honestly something that is proving to me to be a bit more, a bit harder to kind of do than I was expecting. Because what it turns out is that when you're animating, a lot of it is done by feel. It's not as much about calculations as I once thought it was. And as a result, some of my past animations felt a little too, you could say, wooden. They didn't feel very natural at all. And part of it is that you have to feel your animation in terms of just trying to make sure that it is more believable in terms of its motion rather than its logic. And so while it may be more easy to animate in a logical manner, it will feel lifeless by comparison. And you want things to feel like they're full of life. So one of the things that we're going to do for here to try and add a little bit more life to how this thing is flying on in is we're going to get it to smack down right here and then slide. Okay, so let's grab the Z axis right here, and we're going to make this one a free one. We're going to delete the previous actually, wait a minute, that's not typical Z, that's rotation. We'll be addressing rotation in a little bit here. For now, let's just focus on this. Free. Angle this up. Now I want you to imagine if everybody in a team, a small team working on a stream like this, everyone made one item and animated it. And then they were all brought into the final scene, kind of similar to what I've been doing here. Imagine how quickly you could get a very complex shot all good to go. And then I want you to think about, there are people who have massive teams of people. They're all professionals and they are able to do massive projects, kind of like what you'll see on the high quality Blender showcases. And then realize, if you have everybody doing a little project, contributing to a bigger project, you could actually get a group to submit a project like that fairly easily. Completely in the realm of possibility. Maybe not super likely for it to find success, but you never know. Nothing ventured, nothing gained, sort of thing. I got to work on a short film competition a couple years ago, and it was a lot of fun, but one of the things I noticed that was a problem with the whole concept was that it was far too exclusive. And I grieved that point because there was no way for the average student, at the time we were all students, average student to get to participate with the, you could say, the big kids. It was a very much a closed off, cliquish sort of group. Now, you could have found a way to make it work. You could have had people kind of willing to participate, lower their standards in order to be able to help elevate everyone's skills. But that's easier said than done. By getting to work on group projects, you open up the door to people having the chance to experience that and not feel like they are being taken advantage of. Now, they're not going to be kind of cast aside because you all are in the same boat. almost done. This is a fast thrown donut. Why are we throwing a donut? No idea. Let's see here. It comes in here, it lands, it skids. I think it takes too long to travel to the other side of the table here. As it comes in, it should be slowing down as well. So let's do this. Much nicer. Let's do the same thing with red here. Now let's clean up this blue line here. There's some people, they thrive on animation. They're far better at animating than they are modeling. There's some people that are better at modeling than they are animating. I'm somebody who's somewhere in the middle. I can do good animation. I'm not very good at it, though. I tend to struggle quite a bit, honestly. The most animations I've done have been for motion graphics. And so a lot of my character animations have been kind of hard for me to get the hang of. right, it's almost done. That was pretty decent there. Just a little awkward looking. And maybe I just need to lessen the amount here. Try it again. Coming up, we see the tea. And then out comes Donut. Yeah, it's going too high. As we close things out here, or get ready to, we will be doing this again next month. And for those that want to participate in it, your stuff that you have done that you want to showcase, you have the ability to do so through the event. And what's more, the stuff will come as a shareable link for you to be able to showcase the stuff that you did that contributed to a group project. It may seem like, well, this stuff might not be able to contribute to my resume. One of the things I can definitely say is that everybody is in need of a resume boost. And one of the biggest things that we need resume boost in is team projects. I cannot tell you how many times I've heard about that. I have commissions that I've had to overlook because I cannot spare the time for it. I don't have a ton of connections that are in need of content, but I want you to think about this as this also becomes a place where people can seek your help. And not everyone's going to have the time to be able to fulfill different commissions. And thus, this becomes a common place for especially new people to find their footing. So, anyway, something to consider as we will be trying to make sure that people really get the most out of their whole experience and feel like their time is being used wisely. There we go. Okay, here comes in the donut. Window opens, and then donut. Delicious. Actually, we're going to do one last little check here because the window frame is actually a little too high. There we go. But yeah. Hopefully you found something interesting in this whole ordeal, and hopefully you'll learn something along the way. If you found anything of merit, would you consider liking and commenting on the video? If you think that we need to improve and make things a little bit better, feel free to dislike. I will accept that as well, because that means you're not likely a bot. Now, this whole process for this one shot ended up being 4 hours. Now, I believe that in the future, the event will probably be 2.5 hours on average, we're going to shorten some things, and I'm going to have some pre-built elements that people will get to build around, just to, make it a little bit easier. This was a good test to do, because honestly, if we had to do this as with a crew, this likely would have been a little bit of a little problematic, honestly, to try and really do well. So, thank you, folks, for your time. I don't know if we currently have enough to do raids. Right now, we have 2 across all platforms. So, minus my own presence in each of them, that means that we have an audience of 3 currently. So, can't really go jumping into other channels in that sense, but we'll still try and do a raid over on the Twitch side because I think it'll still be worth it, but it will not be worth it on the Rumble side. Okay, never mind. It does not look like we can raid anywhere. Okay. On that note, folks, thank you for coming by and giving us some of your time. This animation is going to be rendered out and posted onto Castercraft so people can see the process from start to finish. And then I'll start planning out the next event. For those that are interested, be sure to reach out, preferably through either X or through Discord. If you're not part of the Discord, feel free to join that. The link should be in the either the chat for if you're on Twitch or in the about section of the video. And if you can think of ideas to improve, be sure to mention it. On that note, folks, have a very pleasant evening. Just a reminder, be civil to one another, especially to new artists. And we will see you all next time. Until then, folks, have a very pleasant evening.